What's up, everybody? I'm Mr. Glasgow. This is Mr. Glasgow TV. It is technically Friday, April 5th, 2019. But this will be my Thursday stream because I didn't quite make it on time because I'm still sick, but I'm finally, I think, over the worst of it and getting better. Tonight, we're going to play Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. Yesterday was just a rapid fire of progression. I don't know if there's just like if we got to a part of the game where there's like a whole bunch of crossroads. I feel like we found more rest idols last stream than we ever did in all the previous streams prior. It was only part 5. Today's part 6. But I feel like we made so much like random progress, and I finally understood and learned the parrying and posture management techniques that I think will carry me through basically the rest of the game. But yeah, I feel good because I feel like it opens up the world for exploration without being scared about getting wrecked. Even though right now we're kind of at a point where we have to fight some kind of mini boss where he has a gun and everybody around him that's supporting him has a gun. So it's a nice little. Even as you learn how to master certain techniques in the game, I like how they throw different. They introduce you to different circumstances, different enemy types. The variety is pretty crazy with the game. So hope everyone else's week has been going well. Like I said, I feel like I'm over the worst of my sickness. I think my voice is even starting to come back. I still got my tea, big old cup of tea. Staying hydrated and stuff. So this is where we were. This is where the guy is. We went to fight him. But he has all these other guys kind of in supporting roles. So we have to kind of ninja them. So I have to try to find a way to sneak around here. Oh God. Ow. So I feel like it's okay. Oh God. Ow. So I want this encounter reset. I can have him reset. As you can see, he has 2 stocks. So I don't want to engage him at all because as soon as I get rid of a stock and I reset, he'll regain his stock. Oh no, can he run across? He can run in the poison water, can he? I feel like I'm far enough away and out of his line of sight for me to disengage. So I have to take out these other guys. There's at least 2 more. 1 there. 1 there. As you can hear from the music, I'm still engaged with this guy. Dude. Can you chill? Where are you even? Can I jump over here? Oh! Oh God! Can we not? So the question is, can I hook shot into... How is that not a kill? Also, yesterday, I think soon after I started my stream, I got a $25 donation with no message from YoKid. Sorry, I didn't see the... Because I don't know if you could set it to not even set off my alert. Even when I try to, let me see if I can try to. Oh, there it is. Maybe I just didn't hear it. I feel like I should have been able to when I was above this guy with this move. How is that not? Ow! Ow. Are these guys invincible to pounce attacks? I feel like that's a little OP. Not fair. Just saying. The best bet is to try to get behind these guys then. Ow! I don't even care anymore. Okay. Do what you want. Okay, we're gonna reset. We're gonna reset here. I need, ideally, I get this guy. It looks like there's 4 guys and then a guy. And I basically can't sneak up on anybody. They're all facing outward. I could maybe sneak up on this guy. Oh man, come on. I could maybe sneak up on this guy. Then from him, go to this guy. Then from him, try to take out these 2 guys. But the issue is this guy might see me take out this guy. Let's see. Maybe I could just take some, ow! Try to take some poison damage. These guys shouldn't be doing this well against me, even though I'm at least double teamed a lot of times. I feel like to balance it, the game's given them like the ability to be alert more. Like, how is that not? How can I not? Mining. Disengage. Go for this guy first. Oh my god! And I'm blocking that hit, guys. Tired of your crap. There, finally I got it. We got it. I think we're getting there. We can do it if we believe. Oh god. I was trying to rush. I was like, his back is to me. Just me and this guy now. Okay. Where is he? Let's see him. You tell me I can't disengage with this guy at all? Like, at all. Like, at all. It's like, maybe if I can lure him over here to this far side of the cave and then go to the other side of the cave. Maybe he'll disengage me then. I guess not. I guess I gotta fight this guy. Alright, I think I want to engage over here, where I can take cover next to that fallen idol on ground that's not poisonous. Okay, here it comes. Here it comes, here it comes. Oh, God. God dang it! It's really hard to jump away from that. It's like a hook on her thing. Sounds like a female. Resurrect? Excuse me? Damn it! Ah, damn it. Okay. It's... So this person has a very... It has a... It's not a... I guess I've been used to fighting people who instantly attack right away. But this person has just enough of the delay between attacks. That's kind of throwing me off. I'm still mad I cannot kill anybody. I can't insta-kill. If I had to choose somebody to insta-kill, it's definitely this guy. Help! Just hookshot anything! Help! Okay, reset, reset. We're quitting. Reset. Ah! What's up, Bakugo? Thanks for sharing this Periscope. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, I was pressing the wrong button. Let's try this guy again. All right, ready? This time we got it. Ready? There. And there. Okay, never that. Every time he rolls, he shoots afterwards. Stop! Stop, everybody, stop! Ah! I'm an assassin, man. How are you gonna take away my ability to assassinate? Look at this. I'm on top of him. I'm on top of his face. Yeah, take it. Take it hard. Oh, oh God. Ah. That is frustrating. It can't be a glitch either, because I don't think I could do that to anybody in this room. I don't think I can get a preemptive strike on anybody in here. It's just the parameters for this area, I guess. Maybe they figure that it can be too much of a cakewalk, but still, man. Can't just disable my abilities like that. Let me think. What if I... Let's try something. Can I... Is he gonna investigate? Maybe if I lure him in, so like... Maybe the hook shot's like disabling it, which I don't think should be a thing. Or I can't sneak around here. I tried dropping down. I can try engaging these two. I think, what did I do last time? I think I engaged these two last time, which makes the main boss go over here. So then I can go to this guy next and then have time to take him out and then go up here. Because engaging him first actually puts me right in the crosshairs of everybody. Which isn't cool. So it looks like these guys have their shoulders to me, right? So I should be able to sneak in right in between them, right? Right in between. Or not. Ouch. Yeah. Get out of here. Oh, God. Let's get a crap out of me. Yes! So you can only walk up on them. Ah! You're not allowed to, apparently you're not allowed to, jump assassinate these guys. Alright, where are you? We found our strategy. Ow! Oh, you could block that? Ow. Oh my God. Even have... No! Oh my God, hook shot! It was green! So the poison was messing me up there. I had to keep worrying about the poison. Okay, so what did I do right there? I was more patient with the attacks to get the posture damage. Probably overuse Firecracker too much. Maybe go Ash. Really? 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 Oh my God, oh my God. Let's fight. This fight is going to be the death of me. Where are you? Ah, come on, man. So I wonder if the boss even knows I'm a... Oh, yep. Let's wait, I have to lure him over here. And go... Come on in this corner. Okay. Full health. Oh, you're poisoned. You could be poisoned. I don't even have to fight you. Oh no! That is actually kind of funny. You deserve this for how cheesy you are, you and your buds. Hanging out in the poison cave. Hanging out in the poison cave. Oh, you almost got me. None of my business, though. Let me just sip my tea, watch you die. Have to lure him back out here, though. I think his poison went away. Don't even think for 1 second I'm not this petty, guys. Ah! Ah, god dang it! Okay. Just gotta dodge whenever expecting a shot. I can lure him out to here if I go here. Dude. Come on. Oops. Have to stop him in the poison. He's in it, right? Or she? Screw it. Oh my! What? Oh my god, throw! Okay. I may have deserved that. Can he not get poisoned more than once? I don't understand. He was standing in it for a while there for a second. So this guy like sees me? Are you sure you can see me from there? I don't think you can see me from there. Oh man. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. For a second there, I thought I was gonna get stun locked, staggered. Just pow, pow, pow. Please. So the way I dropped down, the main guy didn't see me, but these guys did. I still feel like I should be able to hook shot over there. Oof, that's close. Oh, if you would have grabbed me through that wall. Oh, my friend. Are you kidding me? Oh my god, I don't understand how his swing works. It's like delayed just enough so that if I hit once and I start my second attack, even though I'm smashing parry, it doesn't block because I'm in my second attack. So his pattern is just enough. Oh my god, Bash, you freaking Sekiro, what are you doing? Nope. See? Ah, it's such. Okay. Oh no. Oh no, don't get shot. Okay. Where is he? Stopping the poison. Stopping the poison. You're in the poison. In the poison. You're not getting poisoned. Yeah? What do you want? What you gonna do about it? You just sit there? Let me think. That still damages me? Jesus. Attack him. Over here on the flat ground. Damn it. Oh my god. Throw it out faster. Oh, he barely missed me. I keep forgetting about the gunshot. Oh my god, what's happening? My my game like lagged or something. I keep forgetting about the gunshot after his attacks. Cause then I go for that. And sometimes I barely duck because I throw so low. The shot goes over my head. But I need to remember about the gunshot. Okay. Okay. All right. Wait, what? Excuse me? Did we do it? What was that combination? I did like this tree to that tree to kind of over here. So it looks like I can actually land at that perch there. Okay. This is good. So he'll definitely see me going for big cannon dude over there. Or shotgun, rather. Do I try to sneak up on him? Let me try to sneak up on him, get the preemptive, sneak up on shotgun dude, get the preemptive, take care of the guy on the balcony or the scaffolding. I think he's gonna see me. Easy does it. Can I just skip him? Nope. Well, I mean, this is good, right? The thing is, I'd feel better about this if I was at least able to get him down in a straight up fight to one stock. So we do this guy. Hold on. Hold on. Let me get I'm trying. Gotta take a quick selfie. Hold on. All right, ready? Can I like coat my blade in poison so that this counts as 2 stocks? How did I take so much damage already? Oh my god. Screw that. So it looks like I can land right there on that green one and get these two guys. If I'm crafty enough. So last time I got this guy woke up. I feel like it's still best to get this guy first because he has to get out of his I'm chillin' animation. Okay, we got a reliable start to this engagement at least. Shasha! Oh my god! Nope. Disengage! 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 No, they see me? I can maybe reset the other two, if not the lead guy. Okay. So I have to lure him this way. Easy peasy. How are you not poisoned? I could have sworn last time you got poisoned. If you walk in the slush, you don't get poisoned or something? Is that how it works? Okay, 4 health. Full health. Oh, 4 gourds. 4 gourds, full health, 2 revives this. He has 1 stop. Okay. We got this. All we need to get him down is that 1 stop. 1 stop. That's it. not blind you? How did that not blind you? It literally bounced pellets that sparked off the top of your head. Okay, we're going for health kill here because no way I'm gonna get that poise back. I hate the high ground. That's what messed me up before. I thought I had an advantage from high ground. Are we gonna get the posture? Yes! Frickin' A. Jeez. Stressful, man. How many beads do I have? I'm not gonna rest so I don't resurrect his friends. I have 4 to 4 prayer beads. Is that enhance physical, right? Bling blow. Vitality and posture. It's through the roof. It's through the roof. I remember watching this one video of this kid. He's like, "Oh man, I got like 4 likes on my YouTube video. Oh man, I'm through the roof here, guys. I'm so excited. I'm through the roof. Look." And then he like pans over and there's a hole in the roof. There's a hole in his ceiling. See? Through the roof. It was so well timed. And he was actually genuinely excited too. But it was just perfect timing. And of course that video got like crazy. Uh-oh. Crazy recognition. This seems like offline. All right, Jeffrey. Thanks for hanging out. This seems like it's gonna be am I fighting a dragon in here or something? I should probably rest. Or at least get 2 stocks of my resurrection back. And full gourds. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. I'm stuck. It's clear? Alright. Spokane says it's clear, so I'm good. I'm fine. We're fine here, right? Any bats hanging from the sea? April Fools? I mean, I'm going towards the light, right? But even then, I don't see anywhere where I'm supposed to hook shot to. But you know, you hear something? Maybe if we go really slow, we'll miss the trigger for whatever boss is in this room. We'll skip over the trigger. Sounds like someone's like cough laughing. Or no, it's a chicken. Pretty sure that's a chicken. There's no way nothing happens. Oh, is this where the snake lives, maybe? Oh, good. Okay. What's up? What's up, XR? Any Uber bosses around? XR. X. I'm doing all right. I beat this guy with the guns and his crew. I thought I had to do a health kill, but I was able to do a posture kill. Not sure where we're going here, but I feel like something bad's about to happen. Yeah. Spokane. Thanks for the follow on Mixer. I feel like we're gonna come back to that room. Oh look, it's a thingamabob. Unless I legitimately missed the trigger in that room because I went through it quietly, maybe. I doubt that's the case. But why have such a big room? With no, I almost walked off this cliff. It just looks like a hill. All right. There was like blood on the floor. Everything, it hit all the notes. Like if you had a checklist, chickens. If you had a checklist for a boss fight arena, that had like all the check. It had the quiet silence, the ominous silence, and the bloodstained floors, big open area. Oh, hello. Why did I do that? I don't know why I did that. I swear I forget the buttons every time I put this game down. I think we're about to meet the Chicken King, which I guess would be more of a rooster. These are roosters, right? This is what I meant to do. Even though I don't think these guys give that kind of loot. What's that? There's a lot of places to hookshot around here. Arise, a chicken. Ow. Arise, chicken. Chicken, arise. Arise, chicken. Chicken, arise. So what's the odds I actually make this landing for that? Am I liking this game? It started out kind of slow, and I wasn't really great at it in the beginning. And then I started actually getting better. And then just yesterday, I think it really started. Woo! Oh, there it is. It really started picking up as far as me understanding the mechanics of combat, and I feel more free to explore because I'm not as scared. But yeah, I'm liking it. I'm enjoying it. A whole lot. I feel like there's a little with the gameplay being fairly difficult. There's a little kind of like always. There's always this tension. Oh man, just need to get through this. But then once the game's over, I feel like I'm gonna look back and be like, oh man, that was really. I'll never be able to feel like a ninja like I did, or learn how to become a ninja. Hey.
Hey you. If you know the path of Buddha, would you slay one who opposes it?
One who opposes the Buddha?
Correct. The one of whom I speak hides in an abandoned temple up ahead. He sealed away the village in a shadowy fog, so that he can fool the villagers.
An abandoned temple?
Yes, it's an old building. The door may be closed, but there should be a hole in the second floor.
Sekiro's lines, though, are something left to be desired. He just repeats the last two things that he said. Abandoned temple? Sekiro, you're dumb. I'm dumb? What do you say? Something about something about something? Oh yeah, and I feel like I'm at the point where the hardest part of the game now is actually the camera. The camera and lock-on mechanism. Because lock-on keeps everything in center in front of you, right? So if an enemy flips around you, the camera should follow the enemy, but it could pop out of your, which doesn't make sense. And then of course when you get near a wall and it's just like you can't see Sekiro anymore. Good luck. It's up there. Oh God! Ouch. These guys get some loot. These guys ghosts? This guy have his back to me? No. Uh-oh. It's a boss. So the question is, do I go for this guy or this boss? It looks like the boss is facing my direction. Oh, he's headless. So he's just gonna notice me regardless. Who's walking? Oh God! Oh, they respawn. Okay. Ah! Right away! Right away! It was a trap. It was a trap. I'm trying to hook shot, but nothing's catching. You're very picky where you want to hook shot, Sekiro. I'm just saying. Very specifically shaped things. Let's just get this back. Okay. So the real question is, will this affect the guy without a head? I'm inclined to believe it won't affect him. I guess we just try to fight him, see what happens. Hello, chicken. And the bigger question, I guess, is are all these guys gonna help him? All right, my man, let's go. Oh God. Terror! So the real question is, does terror instantly kill me? Oh my God. I want to think that this guy is purposefully slow to try to teach you and train you that attacking isn't about beating an enemy isn't only about attacking, but it's about posture damage. Even though his posture damage was going up a little slow. Cause like my movement speed is like garbage, so attacking is barely worth it even then. Well, let me see. Let me try. He didn't react. Didn't react to firecrackers. I could try this axe. The axe usually is said to be a posture. Focus on posture damage. All right. What's it say? Oh, I guess more so for the guy who has a shield. I could set him on fire? Because I think there was an actual eavesdropping thing, right? Where he's like, you gotta burn him. Let me put these in order of what I like. Even though I don't use this a lot, I like to actually keep it there. And then we'll try to set him on fire with some oil. Headless are different. Yeah. I've chosen to avoid these guys. But maybe we got a decent save spot. We have a decent save spot in proximity to one, so I guess it's time to learn them. But I do have a feeling some dragon rot curse is about to go down. I have a feeling people are about to get the dragon rot real hard right about now. Hey, you! Burn! I have to tear. Oh my god! A pardon? Pardon me? Did he just... Did he just rip off my butt and put it up his own? Did he rip out my anus and stick it into his own anus? What happened there? Did that animation play correctly? Because the only thing I can the only thing I could think that would make that not what that was is if the animation was supposed to be him ripping off my head, but then he still stuck it up his. Okay. What? What? Excuse me? I'm traumatized. I can't even. How do you fight somebody with those kind of motivations? How do you even? I can't. I cannot. Later, my dude. Is he down below me? Where is he? Later, my dude. I choose not. I feel like I need to find another tier first, and then maybe heal the dragon rot that's been going around from my recent exploits before I go on a killing spree. I just need to digest what just happened. Yo, chill. What is his motivation? I'm like trying to understand him as a psychoanalyze him. What is your motivation exactly? You have no head. You're an undead type. You want to stick people's anuses in your anus. It didn't look like he reacted to fire, even though I think the range on this is garbage. Maybe I just wasn't close enough. Let's see. Maybe I just run through here. Since these guys respawn anyways. Creepy music is creepy. What the deuce? Uh-oh. Oh, God! Oh! No! Help! Ah! Oh, God! Puppers, no! How do I get in here? Open the door. All this loot around makes me want to loot. but I feel like it's not worth it. Where's the puppers? Can I go up there? Oh wait, is a snap? Can a snap seed disengage these guys? Maybe. There's a hook shot spot. Because I feel like I have to get in through the top, maybe. Oh, music stopped. You see anything, Sekiro? Anything to hook shot do? Feel free to just, just hook shot anywhere you like. Hook shot, man. Whoa. It's ominous that the music stops once I get up here. Can I climb this? I didn't think so. Probably upgrade my thing to oil. Is that a hint? Are these guys susceptible to fire? Oh god! Ah! I don't see where I'm supposed to go. Stop. Hush now. Feels like I should be able to go up there. So, there's a ledge right there for another area beyond this hill here. The dog's back. So I have to get on the other side of this hill. Maybe. What do you mean? Here we go. Is this where it came from, though? Just passing through, my mans. Yeah. Yum yum. Stop. That better not reach me. I guess I could try fighting that guy. Is this not the other side of where I was supposed to end up anyways? wait, what's that? Sha-sha! We gotta climb up here. Oh. Ow! No. Defeat this guy with just 2 gourds, 1 resurrection. Which way do you face? Ah, perfect. Ready? Steady. I forget how you fight. I remember fighting this guy before, if it's the same kind of guy. No, don't do that. No. I don't know if I can beat this guy. Last time I had to cheese him with using the additional person they had nearby. Yeah, swallow it. Oh, he still had it in his mouth. Ow. Ouch. I thought I had a pattern there and just jump off him. Jump off him, let him do whatever he wants, and then go in. Not as safe as I thought. God dang it. Which way? Excuse me. Wait a minute. No, make the jump. Okay. Is he shooting at me? Oh God. Ah, there's that. Ah! Wow. I gave them all heart attacks. I could have killed them all. Who's shooting me? That person's new. Let me see if there's a faster route. Usually there's a faster route to reset to different areas. those, yeah. These guys are hurting. I thought there was a different ledge. Stop! Aw, dang it. Not down here. Anywhere but down here. Okay, it's a different ledge. This is new. Okay, this feels like progress. Ugh, I almost fell. Oh wait, I made my way up here before by jumping into this tree branch. So this is where the guy is. Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh. Okay. Can I attempt to try to kill these guys with a shuriken? But then it'll waste. It'll basically waste my what's the name? Looks like there's a place to hook shot up there. Are you coming up here? Okay, so that's a safe way to, thanks for the follow, Dennis, on Twitch. Barely heard that. Disengage. This area is new. You get so easily distracted. Lump of wax? Is that? Oh wait, this is what we were trying to get to before. Oh yeah, let's go this way. Pretty sure I'm not gonna beat that guy anytime soon. It's one of those fights where I gotta kind of learn his attacks and luck out. With my timing. So now we're on here. What you got going on back there? Okay. So at least 4 arms. I'm a voyeur. Wait. So who's your friends here? I probably should have these equipped. Just to... Can I target this guy? Yep. Yep, that's a yep. See if we can look this guy in the face. Ready? Can't really see what's going on. Alright, let's go. Are we allowed to get a sneak attack? Or is his little tail gonna sense us? You quiet! You shut up that noise! Oh god. Was I not supposed to kill him? was he a friendly? Oh no. So much preparation for the easiest mini boss in the game. Or it's about to go down. Oh wow. Maybe I could have talked him out of it. I kind of feel bad now. No, something. Ugh, look at him. Like, obviously he was creating all this illusions and ghosts that were attacking everybody. Yeah, what was his gimmick? So confused. Kind of feel bad. And be like, hey man, could you not play the flute and put your spell on this around everywhere? Oh yeah, sure. And that'd be it. Was that literally it? So much loot. Yeah, but yeah, I approach my assassinations with methodical, pinpoint precision, strategy. Poor guy. Okay. Now what? I have a feeling that wasn't it. Still. Is that a shrine I've been to yet? Oh my god! I purposefully jumped towards see this? See that little I purposely jumped towards it to hookshot it on my way down. Hello? Who's aggroed on me? Puppies, you don't want any of this. Shasha. I guess another question is, why is that mini boss so easy so late in the game? Unless like I'm gonna keep being suspicious and thinking there's more to it.
Care to purchase an offering?
Another one.
Where you find the departed, you'll find the memorial mob. Go ahead, buy an offering.
You wish you were so click all that stuff in the location. What is carp scale? Sake. This is usually for giving that one guy, right? You give this to the guy and he tells you stories.
Where you find the departed.
Okay, man. How far am I? I don't even know. I have no idea. The last major boss that I fought was the... Don't do it. You're gonna regret it. You're really coming after me with your lantern and your bad posture. Oops. I'll take it. I feel sorry for this whole area. Was I supposed to... Are you gonna throw rocks at me? Don't attack this guy. Yeah, I think the silo is just like a dialogue initiator with the guy. What you gonna do, my man? But yeah, what's the guy? Hold on, I'm gonna look up. Soul Calibur. Characters. Voldo. The last major boss that I fought was the Voldo guy. In the gun fortress. But then there was a locked door behind him, so I had to double back out of there. Oh. No, you know what? That's not true either. I feel like major boss should be identifiable by basically boosting your attack power if you defeat him. My attack power is only 3, so you start out with 1. Defeat the horseman dude, get your attack power up. You defeat the butterfly chick, you get your attack power up. So those are the last 2 major bosses I've fought, I guess. Why are these people so easy? I feel like this game is setting me up for failure. feel like, you know what? What's happening? I feel like I'm trapped in an illusion where I think these guys are zombies, but I'm actually killing. I'm actually killing innocent people and children, women and children, and elderly people. They're gonna be like, Sekiro, what have you done? Yeah. 3 attack power, 4 Estus. Or gourds. Everybody here. What is this village? I missed 3 flasks at this point. Yeah. There was the one after you got through the gate, right? And you have that big town. I was basically hookshotting around and getting chased by those birdmen. So I was just like falling into areas where I didn't even, I was making all kinds of weird progress that I probably should have been making if I was like straight up going linear. So I'm kind of all over the place. Oops. Hello?
Basket, 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 basket. I am a basket.
Hey, basket.
Hey,
Ah! Basket, 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 basket. No!
calm down.
Are you an honorable person?
Yes.
Not really.
Thank goodness you are an honorable person. Is there something you want to ask? Look,
What's up
sorry,
with this
but
place?
if you have questions, I'll have to answer with this basket on my head.
What's
What
up
is
with this?
wrong with this village?
I'd sure like to know that too. Before I knew it, everyone had gone insane. For a while, I too was in a daze, but I snapped out of it after I threw up. I was thirsty, so I drank a lot of sake. I'm sure that's what made me throw up. The head priest sometimes treats us to sake, but you know, when you drink sake, you get thirsty. The sake cask runs dry in no time, so everyone has no choice but to drink the water in the ponds and rivers. But the more you drink it, the thirstier you get. You get thirstier and thirstier, can't ever drink enough.
Hello? Villagers?
What is wrong with the villagers?
No idea. All I know is they all fear fire. For a while, I too was in the same daze. And I
7
felt
attack
the fear,
power?
too. An unquenchable fire. Even now, the thought of it gives me chills.
An unquenchable fire.
The hunter Inuhiko started burning pine resin and locked himself in his house. His pine resin burns a long time. It's a real nuisance. Inuhiko is the village outcast. He likes eating wild animal meat and the sort. That's why the head priest doesn't give him any sake.
Where is Inohiko's house?
Oh, on the other side of the pond. Inuhiko's is the last house on the path.
Priest?
Tell me about the priest.
He's the
me
most
about the
important
priest.
person in the entire village. You can find him in the shrine, all the way up the riverside, near the water's source. He told us, let us become citizens of the
This is
palace.
POV.
If you drink enough sake, you shall become citizens, he said. Huh? A citizen of the palace? I don't really get it, but that's what he said. Oh, gotta go, huh? I'll be here, hiding in this basket. Must resist drinking.
You're like. Thing is, if I would want to, I have to go to a shrine. I don't know. Like I tried to go back to the How do I get out of here? I tried to go back to the gate, right? The main gate, and try to make a linear progression from there, but wasn't too sure. Uh-oh, chicken. So the question is, who do I kill? Priest or the guy that he was talking about at the top of the house? Not just everyone. Any other survivors? Should probably upgrade my thing. I still have the one upgrade for the shield. Fortress. Uh-oh. Time to run! It's run time. Ow. Rest, 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 rest. Oh, God. I think it's far enough. Uh-oh. Peekaboo. Can't tell if they're facing me or facing away. Sorry. Yeah, I feel like I'm killing the townspeople. Like even the guy that was on the flute in the Misty. I feel like there's a main boss that after I kill him, everybody's gonna turn back to normal, and it's gonna be like, oh, I probably could have spared some of you. Oops. Focus. Oops. Why is it so blurry?
Why are you crying?
Because I'm sad.
What are you sad about?
I don't know where Lord Sakusa is, or what he's doing. It breaks my heart. If I can't see him, I'd at least like to know. But no matter how many letters I send, he never writes me back. And no one will tell me where he is. Actually, sir, can you tell me? Where is Lord Sakusa?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Oh, you're a liar too. Why must everyone hide him from me?
Don't do it. Excuse me. Cheese and crackers. Uh-oh, we're done. I didn't even see if I can even target her. Can I preemptive strike her? Okay, crazy lady.
Pretend not to see me.
Oh God, she didn't like that either.
Two. How dare you hide Lord Sakusa from me?
Ow! I just healed. Just want to tell you, soon will be a point of no return. Ow!
You too. How dare you hide Lord Sakusa from me?
Ooh. Do I need the attack power here? Maybe I am underpowered for this area. Because unless there's a gimmick with her that I'm missing, I'm doing nothing. Okay, let's see. Let's go back. Bottomless hole. Actually, let's go here. Let's check in on the old man. See how much of the dragon rot he's got. It's just gonna be a tombstone. You dead yet?
You need something?
Oh, is he cured now? Is it now just everyone else in the new areas that I'm in? See, I got 2 new prosthetics that I haven't even equipped yet. A shield and a, what is this? What essentially sounds like a Fusroda. Upgrade, maybe? I feel like spear would be a good upgrade. Spear. Not just tips and fed and bone used as appear like mist and move away can be performed only in some stances. Gives appearance to old Miss Raven. What's so special about this upgrade? I don't understand. $400.
Another time then.
Another time then. I think I got 400. Look at me. Look at all my stuff I'm hoarding for no reason. Heavy. Should I pop a heavy? Yeah, just right.
You need?
Oops. 400. Oh, wait. Do I want this one? I do use this one a lot. Rotational energy. Multiple directions. I mean, if I get... It would make it more valuable, I guess, in a group fight. Let's do that one. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, ding, ding. I guess I can still afford that one too.
Another time then.
If I pop these tiny purses. Oh, just one.
You need? No matter what.
Oh, wait, no. No, don't talk.
You need something. Another time then. I'll lend you shelter anytime.
And the way this worked, I could have sworn this game was gonna have many memories where you're gonna be jumping in and out of them to kind of jumpstart your amnesia, remind you of your past,
I'm
but it's just
glad
the
you've
one.
come, Master Wolf.
Have a seed? I do not.
Goodbye.
Um, let's travel. So we finished basically this progression to the gate and then got to the castle. The castle, we progressed kind of randomly through it. There's this way where there's a dungeon full of undead people where I pulled a hard I pulled a hard nope and turned around. Trying to think. We jumped down the pit where that one guy was. And I think that's how we ended up like down here. Went through the sunken valley to the end of the gun fort, but we need a key. What else? This area. Whatever. This place feels like a maze as it is. And this is the only memory. For all I know, I'm actually missing memory. Like I should be having more memories, I guess I'm jumping into, but this is the only one that I have. Let me see. So from proximity of this gate, the last time I got an attack power was at the end of the memory, which you can't progress any further after that. And the gate, wait, can I open this? Don't hug it. Okay, shield shut. How'd I unseal it? Came through the gate. Saw this memory. Killed that guy. I went down that side way a little bit. If I keep going straight through this way, that's the undead in the tunnels down there. If I go over there, that's how I got down to the area I was currently hanging out in. I don't think there's any more progression this way. Or this way. Oh, she's dying.
You have the dragon rot.
Divine child.
Don't force yourself to speak.
I don't know which way.
I kind of feel bad because the last tier that I got, I used it instead of cured them. So I can go that way, or I can go straight up. You know, I think this gate that they're in front of is just closed. So let's go this way, see. Really? Don't you guys do it. Oh wait, do I have a different one to load? Don't come over here. Ow. Ow. Ouch. My face. Ow! God. Come face me. Where'd it go? Oh God! Okay. Okay, alright, okay. Oh, I didn't have to climb up after all. Could have came this way. I mean, I guess I would have been face to face with him though. Let's see, who do we take out of these guys? Probably the guy with the gun, which I think is this guy. Oh, thanks! Let's go. Do what you gotta do. Ceramics. Methodical clearing here. Hello?
You're not one of the samurai of this castle, are you, friend? You look like a shinobi. A skilled one.
That's right.
Yeah, I thought so. Well, you sure got me out of the pot. You see, some unfortunate things happened. And then they were after me day and night. I was at the end of my rope. But boy, did you show them. Here, take this with my thanks.
A note on smoke signals used by Ashina Shinobi, the gray night jars, pale pink smoke signals are placed along rooftops of Ashina Castle. These signals guide the night jar. The Ashina feathered flock are surely the only ones able to follow such a trail.
See, I deal in information. It's how I make my living.
You know who I haven't seen? The other guy who's like a thief / information broker. Anything over here? That is a very inauspicious corner that the guy's hiding in. Is it inauspicious? Inauspicious. Pink. Oh. So the thing is, can I get the surprise attack on him from the front? I don't think so. Do not think so. Does he have anybody watching his back is the question. More pink smoke means another one's nearby. Oh God. Camera, please. It's weird how the better you get at this game, the more the camera like screws with you. Like I don't ever remember in the early part of playing this game having issues with the camera, but now that I'm like trying to navigate the world very purposefully. Ow. Ow. Wow. The one crack, the one sliver in that whole town where there isn't actually ground. I died from that? Man. Sorry, lady. Okay, wait. Whoa. Let's reset. You guys like literally staring right at that corner when you jump up there. I guess you could sneak around if you go this way. Where was he? He tried to jump to that node to get the backstab on him. Oh. Already cleared this area, so don't need to re-clear it. That was actually my first time clearing it. Ooh. Is there anything down here? Nothing. There's that one crack. Okay. So, I can kill this guy, but that guy's watching his back, and there's another guy over there in that corner. And I guess I could... It's like they're all kind of watching each other's back. I could probably get that other guy up there. If I could find a way to hook shot to his back. I don't think there... I'm sure if there is a way. See if I can disengage these guys. Okay. Disengaged. So that way. I think I have to fight him straight up. Surprise! Ow! Blah. It's a window. Is there any way to get the jump on these guys beforehand? I probably should have ate one first. Doesn't look like it. Oh my god! What the frick? That guy's got the crap out of me. I was like, is that a wolf? Is that a wolf I hear? Ooh, was he on the kite? I've been over here and I've never encountered that guy before. I remember going to this kite and being like, hey, look, it's a kite. Ooh. That's actually kind of funny. Oh, it's another kite. It's another guy, too. He didn't see me. Okay. Try to sneak around behind this guy. There has to be a guy on that kite right now. I'm watching. So the question is, can I jump up and grab this ledge? Yes. Have a nice fall. I think I see him. Oh god. He's gonna turn around at the last second. Yeah, he's just chilling there. Imagine having that being your job. I'm a security guard. Where's your post? Nah, it's in the kite. Okay, the question is, can I cut the rope somehow so that it just flies off? And how's this kite at that angle and that kite at that angle? Shouldn't they both be at the same relative angle? Gross. Sorry. Thinking. Or did I just anticipate his kamikaze? I mean, he does have audible incoming noise. See shiny things. Let me in. Oh. Ow. Let's go. What? Just go watch your friends die down here. I'm waiting. Guys. He's coming. He's coming. Oh God. A pardon? Excuse me? That guy legit kamikazed me. I'm so preoccupied with this guy in the sky. And who's to say that he won't do the same thing off screen and not just attack me like the other guy did? So he can block it. Oh God. My God, lock onto him, please. Thank you. Interesting. Okay, this is probably where I was supposed to go after first getting into the game. Maybe. Oh yeah, where's it? Link get. That's a quartz. Yes. Yes. Let's get that now. Could have been had this.
I'm glad you've come, Master Wolf.
Give the seed. Why would you not?
Goodbye.
Laters. You know what I could do? I think I could actually buy. I could buy a cure for everyone. I do kind of feel bad. Is it this one? There's a vendor up here. Did I ever kill that guy that this guy sent me after? I don't know. He said it is by the gate. He gave me a note describing it, and then I don't know how to pull up key items. It doesn't make any sense. Like, you should be able to pull up the notes that you're given in the game and stuff. Unless there's some kind of secret way to get to it. I believe this guy has one. Sorry.
You've got it.
Oh, I can afford that. I can cure you guys. And I could have bought Ash here. Sorry about your lantern thing. Did I kill the guy?
Looks like you've caught yourself some rats.
Yes.
I knew you had a talent for killing. Wonderful. Here's your reward. Take it.
Ashina esoteric text. A compendium of Ashina sword style allows one to learn Ashina style skills. The text reads like a history of Ashina battles. When young Ashin fought desperately time and time again, polishing his technique in the blood of his enemies. He consolidated his learnings under the Ashina style name for the sake of his clan's dominance.
This is...
The ways of the Ashina Blade. It's our school of fighting. But there are no hard and fast rules. You just win your battles. That alone is the most important rule of the Ashina style. I hope it can be of assistance with your rat hunting. And most of all, your own battles you've yet to fight.
Thanks. Don't know how to access this key item once again. Unless it's just in here. Yep. It's like, it'd be nice to just, even if you could just hover over it and get a description like you can get with these. Unless there's a way of getting to it that I don't know about. Maybe I can access it at a resting idol. And that's another thing, like right now you can't, there's no way for you to tell how many beads you have. You can only do it at a resting idol. That doesn't make any sense. Why not? Eh? Where does this go? Interesting. Wait. What?
Oh, you survived. That accursed Gyobu's finally a corpse, I take it. That changes nothing, you know. There'll be more wars, there'll be more corpses, and deep-seated hatred will run wild. Where's all that hatred go? Haven't you ever wondered? Guess not. Guess you haven't. That's why I pity you. And I pitied him.
Okay. All the stuff I missed. And the funny thing is that I wasn't even rushing through this game or this part or anything particular. Just missed this stuff. Hey, there's something up there. What is the value of this? Now this has to be something secret-ish. Oh yeah, another one. Right on. More stairs? Oh, bad. Interesting, interesting. Can I survive the fall all the way back down? Yes. Okay, guys, I'm about to cure you. Hopefully this cures everybody. You don't have to do it in a specific location. Dragon Rot Restoration. Bling blang. Dragon Rot healed. Anything that I want to buy for 2 points? Hey, what's this? Increase that can be held. So this one costs 3, but this one costs 2. Do I want this one for cheap? Do I want to save up for something like... Oh, what's this? Heavy one-handed overhead sword strike deals high push posture damage. Also recovers one's own posture within a strong forward step. Huh. This looks like sneaking. Ability to sneak even more thoroughly than I already do with all this stuff. It looks like this one. This one. So I want to do this, I think. Oh, no, it's different. Is it one of these moves, though? Yeah, it is. That's not it. Jeez! This is one of those things that's like super form inducive. I kind of want to use it. It looks like it's terrible because it's so slow. But just I can just imagine how satisfying it would be to hit with that. I kind of just want to walk up behind somebody and hit him with it. Isn't there a guy over here? Where is somebody? This place is too crowded. Come on! So basically, if you're fighting a guy that doesn't fight hand to hand, more or less. So guys with guns, maybe guys with spears. Those passive guys that like to block all the time and counter hit. Looks like it's good for those guys. Okay. Castle. What? This. Okay. Back to the progress we should have made. Up here. Your footsteps. Is that guy friendly? Hopefully he wasn't. Okay, we have at least 1, 2, 3, 4 people. Wait, where'd this guy go? There's a hallway on that side then. Do I kill the old lady? Yep. Is that old lady even? Where'd this other guy go on his route? Is he ever coming back? I'm not trying to do that one. Can we? Interesting fight. So this is basically made for these guys. What? Ow! Chill, wait. Be honorable. I'm only using this move. Ow. You guys are pretty good. Very defensive. This looks like a box, but it's not. Why are you not a box? Oh, you guys are about to get pounced on from the rooftops. I feel like I need to pounce on the other guy, that guy. So now I can either do her or the sword guy. Just in case she has some shenanigans, I feel like let's just shoot her. Ow. Ow. Oh my god, I'm trying to heal so bad. Oh my god. Yes! Oh god! Oh no. Don't do it, man. Ow. Ah. Oh my god. Screw this. Disengage. Run. Don't be greedy for an item. Oh, this is perfect. We did it. We did what needed to be done. We made it to the end. Golden candy.
Lady Emma, tell me, what has caused the state of this man?
The rejuvenating waters. That is what it is called.
Are you telling me that this is Ashina's secret weapon?
I am. Those who drink it cannot fully die. No, they become unable to die at all. The rejuvenating water, it also...
It springs from the dragon's blood, does it not?
Yes.
Lady Emma, I do not believe the dragon's blood is sacred. Not at all.
It's a curse. The dragon blood is a curse. I am cursed. You are cursed. Everyone is cursed. Do I fight these guys to restore my honor? Or do I just accept that I made it past them? Oh my god. Oh my god, that stupid poke. Ow. Stupid camera. The whole time I thought I was like at least in a position to block. I was on my belly. I was on my stomach on the floor. Getting riggedy wrecked. Destructible wall, by the way. So the question is, I feel like these guys are like how you would class like honorable. I mean, other than them going 2 against 1, they're like very formal in their approach to fighting. While I need to pull out all the stops, so like throwing ash, using gadgets or prosthetics. I need to do everything in my power. Okay. Uh-oh. What's this? Yeah, you wouldn't even know about this area if you didn't destroy that wall. So it looks like at the top of where the save point is, there was a door I was supposed to open that looked like maybe there was a boss fight there, but now this might be another. Okay, that's fine. What? Shasha! Oh! I'm trying to get a stupid hard heavy attack. So it was kind of a boss fight in the sense that there's 3 versus 1 and they're very mobile. Unless someone's about to pounce on me here. Eel liver? Pellet? I should know there. A note left by Ishin. Is it Ishin? Ishin? In the watchtower. Perhaps Emma knows his certain whereabouts. Dear Emma, the Eshin Castle gate has grown loud with the sound of scurrying. The Tengu will see to the rats, or not. Ishin. Interesting. was just a random swing, but this just goes to show that when you're out here, you could start swinging at these doors and never know when you could just gain entry. Okay. So that's... I want to say that's the full progression of these bird guys. Right? Is to essentially... get up here. Okay. Now we gotta go see what's in that door. What's in here? Looks like you and me. What's the fight? Oh my god! Oh, Jesus. Oh my god, my posture. Okay, okay. So when I'm backdashing, sometimes I'm backdashing to then heal. I guess letting go of the stick quickly to go to hit the heal button, it flicks me back up. So then I actually dash forward instead of healing. Gotta keep that in mind. Alright. So this guy is a posture destroyer. I had it! I got it. Oh my god. I have this guy. I have this guy. I fought Voldo. I can handle this guy. I guess this is the advantage of progressing further than I'm supposed to. In theory, I should be able to handle the bosses a little bit easier. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm trying to throw out firecrackers, but I just should be focusing on parrying him. Because my concern is, if he just sits and lets his posture regain, then the whole point of me parrying him. So then I want to throw out a firecracker, so then he... Nope, I parried that. Yay. Hang a scroll of an old battle. Ghosts once lurked in the lands of Ashina. The ghost lighting was of the fountainhead gods, unstoppable by normal means. Avoid ground. Reverse the lightning. Wait, what? Eel liver. More eel liver. If one is standing on the ground, lightning surges through them, making movement impossible. If one is stuck while in the air, the lightning can be dispelled from the body and sent an enemy instead. X before landing. What? Should I have been able to be doing lightning strikes this whole time? How does that even work? Unless it's like a special thing that I'm supposed to equip. I don't understand how this lightning stuff works. Oh, sorry. Sorry about the priceless probably thing. Let's keep scaling upward. Wait. Cutscene.
How is grandfather?
Lord Ishinis. It's a wonder he is still with us. A miracle.
Is that so? Divine Heir, I'll ask you once more. Accept me into your immortal oath.
I cannot do that, Lord Genichiro. Your victory that day means nothing. He will risk his life to take me home. For he is my shinobi.
My lord,
Yurei.
I have come for you. This will only take a moment.
Oh. This isn't the end of the game, is it?
See. For as long as you are alive, the dragon's blood can never be mine.
Face me.
Shinobi, I didn't think I'd see you again.
Jesus. Ow! So this one's fun to try to get, but I feel like this is the most valuable right now. So I have to immediately block after I exit this menu. Ow. Ow. Oh my god, that hit. Oh my god, that freaking...
The power of the dragon's blood. Then we will kill you as many times as it takes.
Oh my god, his range is like perfectly...
I'm not finished yet. Shinobi of the Divine Air.
Ow. Whatever. No, I had that one. Ah.
I will take him back. Still stand. What tribe do you serve?
Ah. Ah, come on.
Of Ashina.
So close. Great. I feel like I need both my revives for that fight. I feel like that wasn't bad though for a first try, even though, like I said, this is this is probably something I should have done a while ago.
Face me.
Shinobi, I didn't think I'd see you again.
Ah. He has a lot of moves, so a lot of things to try to read. my god, I'm dashing. When he jumps up, your dash is screwed up because of the camera lock. Just like, it's like barely. It's weird. Because he's like right above you, so like. Oh no, I don't get it.
Face me.
Shinobi, I didn't think I'd see you again.
No, I hit you first. Okay, whatever. Whatever, man. This guy's so cheesy. I mean, he's really not. He's very, very strategic with the pacing of his moves, so it's hard to read. But still. I feel like I could do this with just the one revive. I wonder.
Me. Shinobi, I didn't think I'd see you again.
Ah, how do you get away from that? Oh my god! God, that's such a cheesy move. Oh my god, those are the two cheesiest moves. The jump in the air, which should be easily sidestepped, which doesn't always, my input doesn't always respond because it's an awkward jump, I guess. And then his unblockable, which is a poke. But even when you jump, he pokes up enough for it to hit you. I guess I could try the reversal on it. Let me see.
Face me.
Shinobi, I didn't think I'd see you again.
hate you. I hate your guts, man. I hate your guts. My man. My dude. Let me think. I wonder if you always have access to this fight, but then because it's so hard, you actually have to not make this fight happen and do all the other progress to level up.
How?
Face me.
Shinobi, I didn't think I'd see you again.
Oh my god. See, it's like a poke, upper poke. Sidestep, you bitch! Ow. Oh my god. Alright, my guy. I got you. I wish I didn't have to load so much. Oh, I guess because there's a cutscene in between it, so.
Face me.
Shinobi, I didn't think I'd see you again.
Why do I always miss that third one? Oh my god. Camera. Never game. I hate the camera. Can I get a preemptive strike if I sneak into this cutscene? Like right as he walks up to this thing.
How is grandfather?
And he turns around.
Face me.
Shinobi, I didn't think I'd see you again.
Oh my god, that poke. God, oh my god, oh my god! Like he waits till you're committed to the second swing, so then you're locked into it, so you can't dodge away. Which makes you want to be conservative. Okay, let me try to be conservative. One hit, wait for parry. One hit, wait for parry. That's how we're doing it.
Face me.
Shinobi, I didn't think I'd see you again.
Ow. Ah. Can't even get my one hit in. Ah, he's left so open there. See, he doesn't always follow up with his ultimate. Side dash, the ultimate. Stop attacking him when he does that. I firecrackered. That's why it looked like I was just running forward randomly, because I clearly pressed the button in my own mind. And I was like, okay, perfect time to firecracker and heal. There was nothing that should have delayed me from throwing out. Nothing. Nothing. So it's like, the thing that's most frustrating about this fight is the weirdness, weird inconsistencies that it has in how I have to do my inputs compared to every other fight I've been in, which I don't like.
Face me.
Shinobi, I didn't think I'd see you again.
Why am I healing? Ah. How thick is your sword that it hits me? Nope. Okay, can't stop him with that. Come on, man. Damn it. Did I even get his stock down to 1 yet? I don't think so. I feel like I've gotten his posture pretty well damaged. So what was this thing about the lightning again? Do I try this? Do I try feathers? Guess I could try feathers. That might be the one. The answer to some of these.
Face me.
Shinobi, I didn't think I'd see you again.
Please, sir. What doing? Can we not? Feathers, come on! Okay. See, that's how it should be. He should miss a lot more than he's landing his hits. Yay!
I'm not finished yet. Shinobi of the Divine Air.
I feathered. Ah, damn it.
Impressive, shinobi of the divine air. But you deserve better. Would you not answer to a different lord?
Heresy.
Heresy, you say? If it is for the sake of preserving Ashina. I will seize any manner of heretical strength. I will endure any burden.
Wait, what?
Behold the lightning of Tomoe.
Excuse me? Can I have some? I mean, as in, can I use it and not be attacked by it? Ow. I have no heals. Can I win this?
The power of the dragon's blood. Then I will kill you as many times as it takes.
Oh, God.
Must be preserved.
So wait. Where do I start now? Damn it. Okay. So number one, I probably need both my resurrections. Imagine I have to now learn how to fight that guy. So I have to make it through the first guy's two stocks, then learn, which I guess I've learned enough to get through them. But then I have to get to the second phase, and I feel like I could do it. I don't know. Let's see if I could get through this guy's two stocks again. Like if I have him red, and the feather's weird. The feather's weird because even if it looks like you get hit, you don't. So it's like there's actually a pretty decent buffer for it.
Face me.
Shinobi, I didn't think I'd see you again.
I hit you first. Ow, should have feathered. Ah! See, you like take a little bit of damage if you don't time it perfectly. Ah! Ow! Coward! Put down the bow, fight with him. It's like a man with a sword. No. Ow. Stupid bow and arrow. I should have feathered. God, this stupid jumping bow and arrow bull crap. I'll die. Is this the end of the game? Because I'm wondering if like this is the end of the game and it's actually available to you fairly early on. But you just can't beat them unless you start going around exploring and upgrading yourself. which I could still. You don't think it is? I mean, yeah, it doesn't. It would make sense if it's not also, but still, it'd be kind of cool if they like dangled the end of the game in front of you like this, because this is the guy. This is the guy who stole the kid from us in the very beginning. I'm suspicious that this is the guy who stuck his sword in our chest or through our back from our memory. And this guy has 2 stocks that you have to go manually through, and then a 3rd phase.
Face me,
Shinobi.
Freaking
I didn't think I'd see you again.
Sephiroth. I feather. Oh yeah, see, no damage. So I took the hit, or it looked like it. Look how much stagger his thing does too. Ah. Yeah, I should just do it on the jump attacks. Oh, there's not. Don't start this, please, sir. Just cut his head off. No. You should have went for the head.
I'm not finished yet. Shinobi of the Divine Air.
I feathered. Oops, nope. Are you serious? Oh my god, I hate that attack. Are you fucking kidding me? Ah! Yeah, blah blah blah. Heretical something or other. No. Okay. See, I have to learn all this. This is the most important stuff for me to learn. All that, so I know how to block it. All this other bullcrap, I can do without learning. It's his main attacks that I'm supposed to block. Ow. Feathering. I feathered. You guys saw the feathers everywhere.
The power of the dragon's blood. Then we will kill you as many times as it takes.
Still have some of the similar moves. So I got him down to half health and maybe half posture. So that's good, I guess, right? Oh god. Yeah. So his moveset isn't actually that different. I was afraid that he'd have just a brand new top to bottom moveset. It's not. So I just gotta watch his special attacks. The feather. You know what? I got gypped. I will say I got gypped at the last fight. I should have had it. The feather got gypped twice at least. I timed it perfectly even. Usually I do it too early, too late. I think I'm gonna hit. I look like I get hit, and it doesn't even count. I timed it perfectly, like at least twice, and it gave me full damage. From face me. He does the first exact same attacks here, though. Don't you arrow me. I'm just jumping away. Whenever he jumps, I'm jumping. Nope. Okay. That's the way I can save my feathers. Oh! I should have sidestepped that manually. I'm just saying. What are you, Hanzo? What? Are you kidding me? I don't understand where he gets off. I don't understand where he gets off doing arrow attacks. Like, in my mind, if I keep a pressure on him up close, it prevents him from doing that. But it's actually the opposite. He does it to get you off of him. And you're keeping too much pressure. Excuse me? Game? Game? Cheating? Why would you do that attack when I'm in your face? Blah. I think I took too much health away.
I'm not finished yet. Shinobi of the Divine Air.
Go straight into it, why don't you? Sure. The thing is, I'm actually building my second resurrection up every time I get through a stock of his. So eventually I'll have a second one. And then, of course, I'll choke and lose it without even getting to the second phase. Or even the second stock.
Face me.
Shinobi, I didn't think I'd see you again.
Ah! Nope. Nope. Come on. It's BS. The hitbox for his sword is stupid. Maybe it's an illusion. He has an illusionary sword. It's actually the size of like Cloud Strife's big, dumb, stupid looking sword. But it looks really skinny, like Sephiroth.
Face me.
Shinobi, I didn't think I'd see you again.
I did not do any of that. I hate the lighting. The lighting is actually pretty bad under the... The lighting is really bad under there. It's hard to see the details of his swings. It's like, can you stand out here in the light, please, sir? Where I can see what you're doing.
Face me.
Right over here in the light.
I didn't think I'd see you.
Enough. Oh my god. How'd I get juked by that? I would rather that thrust do like a full life's bar of damage, but it actually, the actual sword has to touch you. I would rather that thing killed you instantly and have the appropriate size hitbox than it nick you from all angles of the world.
Face me.
Shinobi, I didn't think I'd see you again.
Oh, he didn't follow up with the swipe? What is going on? Oh my god. Oh wait, I want to try to parry his attack thing actually. I should test that out. If I had to guess, it's not gonna work right. It works! God! There's... See, now he's in the dark, so it's hard to see. Okay. Whatever. I'm gonna have a lie down, I guess. So now the question is, do I have it within me to properly counter his lunge with a counter? Because it will, I feel like that would be easier than trying to jump away every time he jumps up.
Face me.
Shinobi, I didn't think I'd see you again.
Okay. Woohoo, almost got hit by that one. I blocked! Oh my god, that's such a frustrating mechanic. I don't want to roll. I don't want to roll. You know what? When you see me on the ground rolling, I don't want to roll. I'm trying to dash to get up. Dash sideways to get up. I hate this bow and arrow. I did the dash counter. But the thing is, blocking the jump attack might make it so I can't do the counter afterwards. So I think I have to dash sideways from the jump and then do the dash counter. I have to see if that works.
Face me.
Shinobi, I didn't think I'd see you again.
Ah, time to roll. God, I hate this bow. Really, dude? You want to be that guy? Oh, there it goes. I was waiting for it. He's like, he's gonna start jumping because he knows I don't like that. Oh god. Ah, the follow-up. Let's go, my dude. I'll take that. Why are you falling down? I don't understand. Why is he falling down? It's not like my posture is gone. It's not like my posture is all the way destroyed. I don't understand the fall down. Usually falls up with a thrust after the jump, yeah. And I can counter it, yeah. Cleaving axe. Cleaving axe. What about spear? Isn't spear good for posture damage? Because this costs 2. These fierce attacks. I feel like I have enough of a foundation though to get to the second phase. I just need a muscle memory this guy. If I switch things up now, I'll like mess myself up.
Face me,
Shinobi.
Like there's, I'm sure, a number of ways. Coward! Aww. I countered that. I blocked that. Yeah, get down. Oh my god, this freaking jump. I hit you first. I was dodging too much. Ah! I got too greedy. I was going for the posture. Jugular. I hate in my periphery, it's like side periphery I think is one thing, but like up and down periphery is a little bit different. It's like I see that it's big, but I can't tell if it's there yet. It's turning more red. Just keep going in. And I feel like the game knows that you have that voice in you. It's going to eventually make you choke.
Face me.
Shinobi. I didn't think I'd see you again.
Okay. Yeah, do that all day, because you got to. Ah! Even if I didn't do it right, even if I did the counter wrong, I should have dodged that. Ah, freaking hate that follow-up. See, I should have did that, even if I didn't do the counter right. Oh, I'm alive. Come on, man. Yeah, the controls are so temperamental with this fight. Most of all, his sword hitbox is what gets me. And the arrows, oh, arrows. Can I break his bow?
His grandfather.
Face me.
Shinobi, I didn't think I'd see you again.
Clean so far. Oh, you didn't follow up with your... Ah, there it is! God damn it! Oh my god. Why are you falling down? I don't understand. Have a special coating of poison that he puts on a... coating of instant put to sleep. Oh my god. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Huh, huh. Yeah, where's your extra sword hitbox there, bud? Should have healed.
I'm not finished yet. Shinobi of the Divine Air.
What? He threw me off my game. He's playing mind games with me now. He wasn't supposed to do that special move after that jump attack. Did it again. Oh wait, is it because we're in the second phase? Or second stock, rather. I feel like resetting already. Damn arrows. I dodged. How close have you gotten to the second phase. I've gotten him halfway through his lightning mode phase. I've gotten him down to half health and about half posture damage in lightning. I'm tempted to, I guess, divert my attention elsewhere and then maybe come back to this, but I don't know. There's another phase after lightning mode? Because you're saying this as in second stock. There's a second, there's another, so there's a third phase. Because if me fighting two stocks here is phase one, him in lightning mode is phase two, there's a phase three, or no? Because if there's a phase three, I'm out.
Shinobi, I didn't think I'd see you again.
Ow. Aha! Don't you arrow me. Ah, forget that he eats the first hit there. No follow up? Why am I dashing? Oh no! Yes. Oh god, I don't know what you're responding to. I believe I can. These two lives, phase one. Lightning guy. Lightning sword, phase two. And then let me guess, he sprouts wings. He gets two extra arms, each with crossbows.
Face me. Shinobi, I didn't think I'd see you again.
So as much as I hate arrows now, I don't know why I always want to dodge the arrows instead of just block them. Because I don't feel like I don't want to take that unnecessary posture damage. Yeah, okay. It's weird because like he only really does that when you apply a certain pattern of pressure. Okay, whatever. Just wake up, or what is it? What is it in a fighting game when you do it neutral? Neutral super or whatever. Wah! There. Okay. The follow-up. What? That arrow did not come out of that bow. Yeah.
I'm not finished yet.
Do it.
Shinobi of the Divine Air.
Do it. Do anything. I dare you. Oh god. Ah, psych. Just kidding. Stop. Wait, I need to heal. Oh, he did the other one. Yeah, get down. I dodged into it. I dodged into it. I dodged Do I resurrect here? I kind of don't want to. I don't think it's worth it. I messed it up. I got too cocky with that first phase. I gotta take what I can get though, man. Okay. Ready, ready, ready. Take that. Yeah. Wouldn't have been worth it. And plus, I'm building up my second resurrection. Hopefully, the timing will be just right so that I get it and I actually use it when I need to beat him.
I didn't think I'd see you again.
Yeah. If he did more neutral versions of that arrow, I'd be so screwed. I thought I had a posture to... That arrow did not come from that bow. Get in the light. I can't see you. Again? Have fun with that. Ow. Do it, do it. Ah, come on! Alright. Oh, I don't have any more pellets.
I'm not finished yet.
It consumed all my pellets. Sir? How come you're not following up anymore? Need to be careful, he's gonna jump up and do this arrow move that I hate. I dashed to the side! Let's go into second phase with 5 healing waters. So basically a perfect first phase. Oh man.
Face me.
Shinobi. I didn't think I'd see you again.
See, he's like, his patterns are pretty predictable early on, and then they start varying, and then I feel like depending on how you play, it adjusts. Not like learning, but like that. That's my counter to my style where I own him. He counters with the arrow. Arrows. See, because then it backs me off. If I apply super hard, constant pressure, I feel like I get my hits in to get his posture down. I can read most of his moves well, with the exception of his arrows, and then that's when I start getting owned. And then I'm off my game, and then I'm trying to find space to heal, and it's just a mess afterwards. So if I can read his, if I could read his read of my, if I could read his read of me. So Kododan,
grandfather.
I feel like we got these two
Face
stops.
me.
Phase one.
Shinobi, I didn't think I'd see you again.
See, he starts bringing out the arrows. See, and now he's not doing that move. There it is. Point blank. Because he can't handle the pressure. What? I blocked that. This is it. Okay, easy. Easy clap.
I'm not finished yet.
I think I got it. I might know how to manipulate his RNG. Ouch. It's simple, but elegant. Oh god. Ah, backdash, but backdash good. Ah, of course. Ah, my toe! Okay, so here's a trick. If you're pressing up on... If you're pressing up... I'm gonna just die there. It's not worth it. If you're holding up in your direction pad, he assumes you're doing it, or I guess I'm giving him too much credit by like accrediting it thought, but the game thinks if you're pressing up on the motion direction pad, if you're holding up, like forward basically, if you're holding forward, it thinks you're doing it in a kind of a, what's the way? Kind of like when when you're hitting the attack button many times, like I'm just spamming it. It kind of thinks you're spamming forward, so it's more likely to attack. It's not guaranteed, but he's more likely to attack. So now that I know an attack is coming, I know to parry. That's why that basic first phase, you're currently stuck on him. That first phase, I pretty much had him dead to rights. Now, in the second stock of the first phase, he changes up just enough where he puts more space between you, so you can't put the pressure on. So like I'm charging him at him first thing.
Shinobi.
He does. Okay, I messed up. I slid into him. I slid into him like a dummy. Get down here. Okay. I wanna try to say it while it's happening, so then it's like, so that it's a like kind of soft confirmed. Holding up on the direction baits out an attack, which then you parry. So the first thing I do is I charge him, which he does the arrow, and he follows up with usually a sweeping swing, and then after that it's just constant. Thanks guys, Kododan, RLC Brenton, I'm sorry. Thanks for the follows on Twitch, guys. Appreciate it. Okay, I'm gonna charge at him, and I'm gonna block an arrow, a sweep, and then it's just gonna be counter, just standard left, right, left, right. Let's see.
Face me.
Shinobi, I didn't think I'd see you again.
Okay, never mind. I wanna do it. See, I'm just constantly pressing forward. And when I see enough space to swing, I try to get at least one in, so then it kind of resets his pattern. But then there's like, I feel like there's like 3 patterns he does.
I'm not finished yet. Shinobi of the Divine Air.
Stop. Ah. Damn it. Like every time you hit him, notice his position after you hit him. Every time you hit him and he blocks, I should say. Damn it. He changes up his positions. And each of those positions is the start of a pattern. Ah. Ah, the follow-up. He doesn't do that follow-up in the first stock, I don't think. God dang it. We'll just see if we can get him to the second phase for fun. And since I need to practice on this. Ah, the follow-up! Oh, dang it. Second phase, let's go! No heals!
Impressive, Shinobi of the Divine Air. But you deserve better.
You deserve. No. So he has that attack. He has that one, which is great. I die here. I'm not wasting a stock on this guy. Actually, I could spend one here, be locked out,
Of the Dragon's
and just keep learning his attacks.
kill you as many times as it takes.
So there's that. There's the down attack, the slash attack, the poke attack. Oh god. There's also an arrow, a lightning arrow that he has. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Let's go! Oh, where is it? Alright, this time. This is the time. This is the one, guys. I'm gonna stop trying to explain what I'm doing. Just try to do it.
Face me.
Shinobi, I don't think I'd see you again.
Ah. So the most favorable pattern is when he sticks his sword up over your right shoulder after you hit him. Okay, whatever, dude. Excuse me. Ouch. Can you not? See, he doesn't do a follow-up there. So you're thrown off. Arrows. Arrows. RNG manipulation. He wants to be cheesy, I could be cheesy too. Even though I'm sure there's probably even a more cheesy way for this guy.
I'd see you again.
Don't get red. Don't get red like a book. Yeah, you better not do your... Ah, that was supposed to be a counter. The lock on. The lock on. Ah, stupid. We had such a clean start. Oh, God. When it falls apart, it falls all the way apart. I had him cornered. Of course, I had to dodge, which put me in the corner, which made the camera say, okay, he's not in your field of view anymore, so I'm going to unlock. You're welcome. It's like, no, camera. This is now how it works.
Face me.
Shinobi, I didn't think I'd see you again.
Oh, I didn't block it correct. I got greedy. Oh, he does follow up. I blocked that. Why did I unlock? Pressing the wrong buttons here. Oh, maybe I can unlock him. Okay. I think using the special roll attack, which I can't always get out consistently, is what I need to do to close distance for. What's up, Elon? Oh dang, it's 5 o'clock. So I got a lot of sleep yesterday.
How is grandfather?
Lord Ishinis. It's a wonder he...
Face me.
Shinobi, I didn't think I'd see you again.
Oh my god, the freaking arrows. Ah. Oh, I didn't even think it would cover that fast. I thought I could get a heal off. Why am I falling down? Shasha! Pin him to the wall!
I'm not finished yet. Shinobi of the Divine Air.
Stinking arrows. Second phase, 3 flasks. Okay.
Impressive.
I don't think I can do it, but I'm just saying. This is progress, I guess.
You deserve better.
Oh god.
The power of the dragon's blood. Kill
Ow.
you as many times as it takes.
So this is how I did it last time. I just jumped around like crazy. And I actually got him down to half health and half stagger. guess I jumped off from there.
Must be
Yeah, I was more spamming jumping there. I was testing it out still. Guess that would make sense that spamming jump wouldn't work. I can't believe it's 5 o'clock. I should get off, guys. This is a fun boss though. At the beginning it was annoying, and some of his counters to pattern recognition is annoying, but it's still a pretty fun fight. I don't think I'm gonna make it through second phase here. I don't know of any other bosses I could fight. This is probably the next one that gives me my next attack power. So let me think, what else could I do? Because we got a headless guy, we have at least 2 other headless guys. We have some guy standing on a pile of bones, conjuring up who knows what. We have a fat guy that spits poison on a cliffside. So those can... One of those guys can help me with my prayer beads, which would help me with my vitality. Maybe there's some more gourd seeds I can go out and get too. Umbrella for the fight. The thing is that I'm not ever really worried about damage, because you can see, even if, as long as I keep my distance and keep jumping, whether he does the electrical straight down or electrical cross or the poke, I could avoid damage. The issue is getting in to do damage, then getting back out and resetting the entire thing. And for with respect to his health, I guess that could be a way to try to beat him, which I don't know. It would take a long time, number one, and then all it would take is for me to slip up a couple times, and next thing you know, I'm dead. Yeah. I feel like posture, getting in and then waiting for his attacks to do posture damage is probably the fastest way to kill him, the most fun way. But then once he starts pulling out special attacks out of nowhere while you're in that close range, it's very risky. So I wonder if you just have to kind of give up on posture attacks or damage and then just poke them. How about one more? Let's see one more. One more. And I keep forgetting to use feathers. And the thing about, let me see. Umbrella. I want to say it's going to cost. Yeah, it costs. There's cost to its usage. While feathers, it doesn't cost anything unless he hits you. And then you do a ninja vanish. So that's why I like to have it on feathers. I just don't always remember to use it. One more time. This is the one.
Face me.
Shinobi, I didn't think I'd see you again.
Of course, I go into attack. And our first stock is down. Push him off!
I'm not finished yet. Send over the divine air.
So the thing about his arrows, it's to get distance between you two. So if you do, oh, why am I healing? Oh my god! So if you do this somersault attack into him after his arrows moves, you basically undo the distance that he makes, and then he has to reset his pattern to try to get distance again, and then you just are in that cycle. But then I messed up because it's whenever I stop to try to explain what's happening. I wish I could do both. Like, oh, I see what's happening. This is my thought process. But then as soon as I start talking, it's just like, but fingers are like,
how is grandfather?
Face me.
Fingers are like, not enough electrical signals in brain to motor functions. I did it first. Ah, dang it. Why is his posture damage not... I could have sworn last time we got his posture damage, like, super high by that point. I got kind of thrown off. I was like, wait a minute, we're only at like half? Weren't we like all the way up last time? By this point?
Face me.
Shinobi, I didn't think I'd see you again.
Perfect first stock.
I'm not finished yet. Send over the divine air.
Ah. No. Come in here in the light. I can't see in the dark. Oh my god, the frickin' arrows! My inputs are not reading. Oh. Okay, one more time. One more time. One more time, guys. One more time. One more time.
Face me.
In the light.
Shinobi. I didn't think I'd see you again.
Of course. Ow. Ah! Been on it for 3 days now.
I'm not finished yet. Shinobi of the Divine Air.
Ah! What am I doing? I thought I was healing. Ouch. Hello, attack? Ah, freaking spin attack. He's in my head, guys. What? How did you eat that? That should have been an instant dodge. I dodged into him, but even if you dodge into him, that usually just means you like skirt around his attack. If you don't press a direction, but you just press dodge at the correct time. It didn't give it to me. It didn't give it to me. One more time. One more time.
Face me.
Shinobi. I didn't think I'd see you again.
Damn it. Oh my god, there it is. Ah! Every jump kind of works as sweep, which sucks. Yeah. Just dashing back is the only thing. Dashing back or jumping away. Dashing back, jumping away. Usually in second phase, I feel like it's safer to just assume that he's going to sweep instead of poke. See, the first phase RNG is actually pretty tame. It says first stock RNG is pretty tame. Second stock is varied up just enough.
Face me.
So it can mess with me.
I didn't think I'd see you again.
Look at this. I'm just holding forward, and you can get that guaranteed every time. I'm usually wary of the patterns where he brings out the arrows. Because everything before and after it, then me, is a different kind of setup. Which messes with what I'm used to seeing. No poke either. I'm getting nervous. Poke me! And doing a special move. Damn it. Doing a special move like this, it has a chance to reset what he's doing. Poke me, you coward! Blah.
I'm not finished yet. Shinobi of the Divine
No.
Air.
No. That last arrow. Excuse me? So dashing away. You could block that? I was like, let me try to block this.
Shinobi of the Divine Air.
I blocked it for the final blow.
You deserve better.
Okay, here we go.
Would you not answer?
We're gonna jump in, slash, jump out, wait.
Heresy.
Jump in, slash, jump out. Wait. We're gonna try not to be greedy. See, when it does that, jump in. Maybe that too, jump in. Oh god! Jump in. Look at the damage I'm doing! Maybe I should run around. Maybe running around's better. Yeah. Oh god, he's so fast! He's so fast! Jump in. Oh god! Jump in. Oh wait. Excuse me? He's so fast.
The power of the dragon's blood. Kill you
Lock
as many
on him,
times as it
please.
takes.
Okay, I forgot about Feather. So when he runs up on me, that's what I'm gonna do. I should feather. Hold on. Okay. Okay. He's running up on me. Feather into him, maybe? How did that not work? Okay, last heal. Oh, come on. This is the longest I've lasted in this fit. Oh god, here it comes. My feather. Ow. No.
Must be preserved.
I think I'm gonna end it there. But the takeaway is that if you can survive in that phase, like if you can get into that phase and you can't even survive, what's the purpose of even attacking, really, right? Because number one, you don't know his moveset if you just get in there for the first time. So the key to any next phase is to just survive. Because then if you can survive in that phase, you can know how to poke in that phase. And if you know how to poke in that phase, maybe you know how to expand into combos and counters. So it looks like the safest play, based on what I'm used to doing, is run until he chases, feather when he gives chase and catches up, and every time he does a special attack, jump in and attack him. My thing is, while you're running, doing things like this, switching directions, you can't, is going to screw me up. So running, jump in. I wonder, you know what I should have did? I should have ran and then do, no, not that. Definitely not that. That, and then jump out. Jump out. Go out. The thing is, I can't land that all the time reliably. I mean, I'm doing it here. Because what I was trying to do was run. He does a special attack, jump towards him, and then jump attack him. Which sometimes I get locked in the attack animation, I guess. If I get stuck in that third one, I'm screwed. So instead, when I see him do a special attack, I turn around, run towards him, and then just do that to finish it off. Because that's basically a jump in. And run out, jump in, not that. Okay, one more time. One more time, we might have this.
Face me.
Shinobi, I didn't think I'd see you again.
Oh no. I thought I probably nowhere near getting him, but in my periphery, I was like, are we there yet? Ow. Ah, jump, why jump? Dang it. I'm starting to read a little bit more of his patterns here too. Ow. Block that. Excuse you? Did you see that? Sir, your sword was going the opposite direction of where I was. Thank you. Of course. Ow. God dang it. Yes. Okay. Do I start off this fight with full health? I jump. I need to not slide. That'd be great too. Ow, that's another one. Running in a straight line. Running in a straight line is death by arrow, basically. Okay, no heals. Run in. Cartwheel.
The power of the dragon's blood. Then I will kill you as many times as it takes.
Ow, my back! Ow! Okay. That strategy looked like it worked a lot better the first time around than this time, but whatever. I think, like I said, I think it's time to call it. I think it's time to call it here. Appreciate you guys. I had a lot of followers today. A handful of followers. Appreciate it. I think it's worth rolling a little credits thing here. Hold on. Let's see. Gonna go. Credits. No. Credits. Whatever. Appreciate you guys. Sorry I wasn't able to beat that boss. But we have been making progress. I got to the second phase pretty consistently-ish. And I'm actually not worried about health in the second phase, only because he hits so hard it doesn't really matter. Maybe you could take one hit, maybe two. No, it's like one hit and then you're down to. If I had full health, I could take maybe one of his major hits, and then I could heal. But it wouldn't be enough to heal back up to a point where I could take another hit. I just heal, whether it hit me at a smidget of health or hit me at like 3/4 health, I'm dead in the next hit. So having health and not getting hit, or having health in the second phase, or even resurrection in the second phase, I don't think matters. What matters is not getting hit, period. That's gonna be the trick. Which obviously in any fight, whether it's boss or just scrub swordsman, you never want to get hit. So that's gonna be the biggest issue. How can you run away? Feather, I just need to, I guess, work on the timing of it. It can be reliable, but you only have 16 uses with that. If I save it all the way until then. Feather. Cartwheel might not have enough range to punish his big attacks. I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about it a little bit. Maybe experiment later on it. I should probably, hold on. Let me get to the main screen here. But yeah, I'm feeling a lot better today. Because I slept a lot yesterday. It was on a lot of medication yesterday. So that's why I'm up so late, because I got so much sleep. I probably won't stream while I feel like I could if I timed everything perfectly. But yeah. Hope you guys had a good week. Sorry I've been not feeling well. I mean, I can't really apologize for that, but or I shouldn't really. You understand what I'm saying. Hope you guys have a good weekend. If I don't see you over the weekend, and I'll see you next week, I guess. I'm out. Peace.